Only strange flee.
But I will not break. True grace is beautiful in its imperfection, honest in its emotion, freed by its own frailty.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We shall see through their lies.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
You cannot break a shattered soul.
Minions have spawned.
With every step, I forge my own fate. We are shaped by our foes. Let me show you what it is to fall.
You have slain an enemy.
Mortality is truly divine. Wrong lessons. Home, a place that never leaves you. Once I thought the air was sweet. Now, I find it. Not all light is a gift. Did someone send you here to kill me? Did Kale send you? The earth reflects your torment and breaks your pain. I was never leaves you. Once I had grace, now I have pain. Is to be bound.
I'll be right under the nose. It's me!
To walk there, skin to soul, is true peace.
Live for the applause. Die for it.
Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. I would cut off my wings if there was steel strong enough. I move with mortals while she languishes with her lofty ideals. Some pray to fate. I forge my own path.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Righteousness. A splintered shield that I will shatter.
An enemy has been slain.
Demacia forgotten his war. I remember.
Now that is what I want to see.
You're welcome!
I find beauty in these shadows. Mistakes shape us.
I'll be right under. Shut down.
Is to fall.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Shut down.
Back into the fray. I prefer an honest sinner over a righteous liar.
I was hiding! Do not run from your shadow! Shut down.
We are the sum of our mistakes.
It's me!
Do not conflate darkness with evil.
The face of it is fine.
be right under.
These mortal cycles begin anew.
An ally has been slain.
Shall I prove them right?
Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Take pride in how swiftly we fall. I have seen liars choose virtue, and I have seen the divine cheat. Perhaps today I will see a Yordle sneeze.
An ally has been slain. Has been slain.
My wings are bound, but my soul flies. Only death can break my bonds, and I am immortal. I don't hide my pain. I wield it.
An ally has been slain. Turret plate will fall soon.
My broken heart still beats. Home, a place that never leaves you.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Lose sight of the life below. My sister cauterized her wound in holy fire. Mine remains. Whether by chains or by wings, we are all bound. Nothing makes you feel alive like knowing you might die. Reflect your torment! see the world in black and white is to blind
Your
yourself
team
to
has
all
destroyed a
possible
turret. Enemy rampage.
Truth is a dark mirror.
An ally has been slain.
Do not look away!
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Shadow is not as dark as one might think. Onward through this unchanging land. Mortal comfort.
Recognize your
Has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
It's me!
Your turret has been destroyed.
I have endured worse.
Has been destroyed.
Those who judge condemn themselves.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable.
I know what my enemies feel. They are right to be afraid. I did not fall from grace. I leapt.
Ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Justice is a lie of the powerful.
Enemies dominating.
Truths of my own.
Solo!
I walk so I can feel each fraction of the earth. Only those you love can break your heart. The earth reflects your torment! I will not forsake the land that shaped me, nor the mistakes.
has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Darkness is a gift! I will show you pain! This war is all I have. Shut down. Once I thought the air above was sweet. Now, I find it stifling.
Enemy double kill.
Onward!
Killing spree.
Back into the fray.
I'll be right under.
I suffered from you! My wings are heavy, but not as heavy as my heart.
Enemy has been slain.
Unbearable. I move with mortals while she languishes with her lofty ideals. I prefer an honest sinner over a righteous liar. Home, a place that never leaves you. I have seen liars choose virtue, and I have seen the divine cheat. Perhaps today I will see a Yordle sneeze. Those who soar beneath the clouds lose sight of the realms below.
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. destroyed a turret.
My sister conquered her wound in holy fire. Mine remains. Nothing makes you feel alive like knowing you won't die. The ally has been slain. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
Has destroyed a turret.
To see the world in blackness is to all of life's colors. I was betrayed once. Home. The
My
place that never...
greatness for Shariq.
The earth reflects your torment.
The order is given.
Into our work.
Enemy has been slain.
Power slam.
Your inhibitors have been destroyed.
Shariq is eternal.
Your turret has been destroyed.
These mortal cycles begin anew.
Opponent has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Soul. Every step I forge my own fate.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
have endured worse.
Enemy killing spree.
We are shaped by our foes. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
An ally has been slain.
I find it stunning.
An ally has been slain. Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain.
Order is given.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Executed. Defeated.
Only strength flee.
Humans are inherently flawed, and yet I trust them more than the divine.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
We shall see through their lies.
"30 seconds until minions spawn.
Some pray to fate. I forge my own path.
Minions have spawned.
Not all light is a gift. My wings remember the wind. No longer. I found beauty in these shadows. Mortal comfort and immortality bearable. Only death can break our bonds, and I am immortal. With every step, I forge my own fate. To walk barefoot, skin to soul, I have been slain. A place that never leaves you. Wings if there was steel strong enough. Mortal comfort and immortality bearable. Those who soar amongst the clouds lose sight of the life below. The world is a beautiful place. Do not let it be hidden. conflate darkness with evil.
Definitely something.
Home, a place that never leaves you.
Has been slain.
Shattered soul. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Pain is grace. I move with mortals while she languishes with her lofty ideals. Whether by chains or by wings, we are all brothers. Truth is a dark world.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Fine time for the rest of his team with that sacrifice.
Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Home, a place that never leaves you. I know what my enemies feel. They are right to be afraid. Nothing makes you feel alive. Those who judge condemn themselves.
An enemy has been slain.
Still beats.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Demacia learned all the wrong lessons. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Once I had been slain. I have endured worse. I was betrayed. Once.
Enemy killing spree.
To see the world in black and white.
Killing spree. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
I have seen liars choose virtue, and I have seen the divine cheat. Perhaps today I will see a Yordle sneeze. Onward through this unchanging land.
Turret plating will soon fall. Rampage.
Rise and fall. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Once I thought the air above was sweet. Now, I find it
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
We are the sum of our mistakes. I walk so I can feel each fraction of the earth.
An ally has been slain.
Do not run from your shadow! My claws are a badge of honor. I prefer an honest sinner over a righteous liar.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Mortal comforts make immortal. My sister cauterized her wound in holy fire. Mine remains.
Enemy killing spree.
Darkness reveals truth!
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Splintered shield that I will
An
shatter.
enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I chose my shackles.
You have slain an enemy. Your turret has been destroyed.
Those who soar amongst the clouds lose sight of the life below. The earth reflects your torment! I don't
An
hide.
ally has been
I
slain.
wield it. Justice is a lie of the powerful. I have truths of my
Enemy rampage. Shut down.
My wings are heavy, but not as heavy as
An
my
ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
mistakes shape us. me evil. Shall I prove them right? Is all I have. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Killing spree. Pain must be felt. Home, a place that never leaves. Your turret has been destroyed. I shall show them what it is to fall. An enemy has been slain. Immortal cycles begin anew. Take pride in how swiftly we fall. I move with mortals while she languishes in her lofty ideals. Battles bring out so many Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Some pray to fate. I forge my own path.
Stand aside.
Your
team has destroyed a turret.
The earth reflects your torment! Rebel, you are alive!
Killing spree. Double kill.
Not all light is a gift.
An enemy has been slain.
My wings remember the wind. No longer. I find beauty in these shadows. Home, a place that... Only death can break my bonds.
Unstoppable.
And I am immortal.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
With every step, I forge my own fate.
Enemy double kill.
To walk barefoot, skin to soil, is true grace. I would cut off my wings if they would feel strong enough. Nothing makes you feel alive like knowing you might die. We are shaped by our foes. Do not confuse darkness with evil.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
To see the world in black and white is to blind yourself to all of life's colors.
has been slain.
Pain is grace. Whether by chains or by wings, we are all bound. Truth is a dark mirror. Leaves you.
Ally has been slain.
I will show you pain. Mortal comfort.
Slain. Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
As dark as one might think.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
I know what my enemies feel. They are right to be afraid. My broken heart still beats.
An enemy has been slain.
Once I had grace, now I have pain.
Your team has destroyed.
Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
Your inhibitor has respawned.
I have seen liars choose virtue, and I have seen the divine cheat. Perhaps today I will see a Yordle sneeze. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. above was sweet. Now, I find it stifling. I was betrayed.
Shut down.
Has both summoner spells available just in case he needs it to escape. JJ looking to at least stop it. I don't think he has enough damage by himself to make the play to at least stop it. I don't think he has enough damage by himself to make the play possible, but
he's just going for it. Okay.
But the shield from Karma is going to keep himself alive for now. They're just keeping 1xN locked under the tower. Beichuan is sprinting it towards the top side to see if he can bail him out, but it might not even be needed because there's just not enough damage left on the side of IG unless he can find this arrow. Gala winds it up.
Nope, not going to be able to pick that one up. There would have been a shield available on Feather again, so it would very unlikely to kill in that situation, but you still are able to at least get some good poke down. Fact is, though, 1xN doesn't flash, doesn't cleanse. It was only the heal out of Feather needed to stop that play from happening. It's quite a lot of time invested up towards the top lane to not really get anything from it. Still, small advantage right here for IG. They've got themselves about 1,000 gold of one, very much spread across all of the lanes at the moment. So IG, they're going to be happy enough with the way this early game has gone. They've not got the kind of composition where they have to get ahead early. It's not the same thing that we saw in the previous game, where as soon as they started falling behind, there was just no way for them to get back into this one. They do still have recourse, they do still have options.
It definitely feels weird to say that if you don't snowball with Nidalee, then you're kind of doomed. But because of Bruiser itemization, we've actually seen there is one breakpoint in Nidalee, at least 80 Nidalee top, where she is kind of a champion again, and that is at level 16. Because at that point, you have at least 2 items, sometimes 3 if the economy is really good, and because of the way the Bruiser itemization works and all the grass procs you've accumulated throughout a 25-minute plus game, at that point, you have a large health pool. And the way that the Shy has explained in interviews is that the way he plays it is he is just a deterrent to the backline. He steps up, he threatens. If he lands a spear, he can go in for a big nasty chunk because the extra execute damage you get on your empowered Cougar Q form, right? So I'm just pointing out that, like, while a lot of people are very speculative and still memeing this Nidalee top, it does damage late game. It is a legitimate backline threat. It's just very hard to play.
Yeah, it's the much harder path to doing the same thing that we... Oh, hang on, Gala just going to get jump right here. Takes a huge chunk of damage. Fourth shot.
Oh, good flash.
Oh.
Mako gonna stall it, but now he has to
Oh.
block the curtain
Okay,
call
okay.
as well. Crash down
Wait.
away. Maybe Mako falls,
Oh.
and he was just out of the curtain call range. Mako believed that he would not cost his AD carry's life by flashing out of the way of the last bullet.
Oh, I was so convinced that Mako had just sold Gala down the river. Instead, it's just going to be both the ADC and support for IG forced way out of lane. They're not going to be able to contest right here for this second Drake of the game. Instead, it's going to be JJ picking up a set of grubs for himself. 4 grubs to 2 looks like it's going to be the trade right now. Good play out of Thunder Talk, really using the long-range engage that you can get out of the Sejuani effectively to make that play almost work. They're going to be annoyed they weren't able to actually grab the kill slow.
Yeah. TT pick up the second dragon. IG respond by going for the next rotation of grubs. The Shy is now answering Satab on the top side, where both laners are now exchanging grass procs. And hang on, Mako still has a crash down, should be fine. Gets out over the pit wall. Beichuan not able to stop him from escaping. And just like that, 4 grubs now to IG's name. Rookie's got to be careful. If he doesn't have E up and available, he is going to take a beating anytime that Dark Procession does land.
Absolutely. We'll have a look back at this play into the mid lane. It's really good layering of the CC right here. But Gala just about going to be able to get away. That is the issue with initiating the fight with the Glacial Prison. You're not able to get the double stuns off. Oh my lord. I mean, right on the very edge. Obviously, Gala knows he's out of the end of that one. He wouldn't have started recalling within that curtain call's range. But still, for our perspective, looks absolutely crazy right there. Things gonna be relatively even at this point in the game. Small gold lead still for IG, but they haven't really been able to balloon it any further out. First items completed pretty much across the board. Only the support's gonna be lagging behind at the moment, and a lot of builds that take a while to get online. You can see Rod of Ages being picked up for both Rookie and Setab, so they're gonna need a little while for that to get really where they want to be going.
Got a minute and 50 before this Rift Herald spawns, 3.5 for the third dragon. The Shy getting some chip damage down on the turret using that Trinity Force Spellblade proc, weaving in all of his abilities in between both human form and cougar form, which does kind of add to the split pushing power that Nidalee does have. If you ever leave her in a side lane alone too long, she is going to rip through turrets. And, you know, thankfully for them, IG at least are going to get 1 extra Void Might, or yeah, just 1 Void Might total every time that any of them step up to a turret in the split push scenarios.
Yeah, not
I
giving
want to circle
over...
back.
Oh, go on.
I want to circle back, Bloxer, to kind of the win conditions you outlined in the draft, where Thunder Talk, they have a big spike in this mid game, and Victor will still be, you know, super threatening later the game goes on, especially with Grasp. But there is a moment that you outlined where at some point IG do have a critical mass breakpoint.
Yes.
I want you to elaborate more on that.
Exactly. It's going to be at that 2-item breakpoint right here, coming up pretty soon. Actually, hang on, Rookie's getting massively chased here. He has lots of friends in the area. Mako can go in. JJ can potentially make this into a dive as well. And without Maiden, this is just going to be so bad.
Mako looks for the Q, doesn't land the stun, but the Magnastorm does connect, and everything else is pretty much easy for IG to follow up on that one. Maiden falls, as Rookie actually has his own Maiden, thanks to stealing and
Resurrects his own
yoinking
one.
Hoya. Yeah. Yoinking Hoya's own ultimate. Now the Shy is under fire against both Satab and Beichuan, but he clears out the minion wave, flashes away, able to save his life.
Losing.
Okay, well, Gala might be in trouble, doesn't have flash available. Curtain
Fancy
Call
feet.
looking one more time. Gala, waiting,
Ooh.
still gets hit, but just not enough damage from everyone else. The Deadly Flourish does not line up, and just like that, IG able to take 2 turrets on the top side of the map.
And crazy damage still going to be going down right here onto this inhibitor tower. This is the power of the Maiden. And this is the power of the Maiden when you've got it as a Sylas, right? It's one of those funny situations where, you know, Sylas steals your ulti and does more damage with it than you can. Just tower's melting right here. We've actually had first tower go down. Once JJ is able to pick himself up this Herald, that's actually going to be feats of strength picked up for IG. Without Feat of Warfare even going down, we haven't got 3 kills for either of these teams this game. We haven't even got 3 kills overall.
This has by far been the least violent game of the series. I think both teams are a little more locked in on the win conditions that they're striving for. Everyone is playing to their limits, but also trying not to give over as many silly deaths. Even in the mid lane when we thought Gala was overextended, he and Mako were able to play the exit route super well.
This is the thing.
Stacking
It's
up
just
the Tinder blocker.
so hard, right, to be able to actually get enough push going early on for IG to really try to fully extend this lead. They've got themselves into a pretty good spot, right? They're about 3k up. But I just worry later on, once the 3 items spike for Hoya and he's just in a side lane melting towers, you often play against split pushers at pro play, but not split pushers as potent as this or it can be. He can just keep pushing constantly through. I wonder if we're going to see a team fight Yorick here. Hoya does usually like to involve himself in team fights. I can see this being a situation where he basically never arrives with the rest of the team.
JJ was fishing for an EQ, doesn't quite land the knock up onto 1xN, and now he's in trouble. Permafrost stacking up, there it connects. Mako steps in front just to make sure he can absorb the Glacial Precision if Beishuan tried to throw it out. Rookie yoinks the Sedge ulti away, force the flash. IG, stay cool.
Yeah, not particularly worth it, you know, grabbing the Sejuani's ulti but having to flash. It's really a big engage and disengage tool right here. Gone from Rookie. It's going to mean that IG having to step back right now. The Drake at least going to be started up by Thunder Talk, but at the moment with one item completed, a couple of components towards the second, IG
DP.
getting to the point where they're strong. They're going for this.
That goes wide from Rookie, but the
JJ.
Cataclysm is massive. EQ right onto the backline from JJ. 1xN is in trouble. They blink out Mako, but Zatab is forced to flash away from an incoming piercing arrow. Hoya joins the fight with the TP, but now he's in trouble. The flash is not going to save you this time around. IG explode at 19 minutes.
They're going to be able to pick themselves up 2 kills right here. They do lose 2 members as well, though, on the backside of this one. It just looks so good for IG because that Cataclysm is beautiful out of JJ. The Jarvan, something we haven't seen so much recently in the LPL. But right here, JJ making it work, and it's going to be the Drake picked up for IG. A second one in their back pocket, 4 of the Grubs. This early game really has been JJ favored right here.
We were waiting, Bloxer. All this tension. For the
Yep.
first 18 minutes of the game building up, only 2 kills entirely, and IG find their moment. It looks like a bait since Rookie's first ultimate goes wide, but Jed just sneaks right on in and finds the perfect angle.
And it's 1xN just in and amongst everybody else during this team fight, exactly where you don't want your Jhin to be. Jhin trying to play right on the edge of range, never even gets to think about ulting during that team fight. And as such, Thunder Talk, they're not going to be able to come out on top of that one. The gold lead still only going to be about 3.5k. It hasn't expanded too much from where it was a couple of minutes ago. But IG, they're just showing that they can get themselves into good spots during the early stages of the game. And as we had been saying before, we were so rudely interrupted by these teams actually deciding to go for plays. IG, they reach their critical mass very soon. In the next 5 minutes or so, that's when IG get those 2 items completed. Your Sylas can burst people down. Your Nidalee is at the strongest point she's going to be in this game. And the Jarvan is already doing work on just that Sundered Sky.
3,000 gold advantage for IG. It's something that we didn't get a chance to highlight, but the fact that IG were able to wait so long before locking in their jungler of choice for JJ, he is able to reap the rewards of seeing both Victor and Jhin show, and both of the champions that don't have escapes once the flash is burned. That is the easiest Cataclysm setup every single time. As Beishuan now tries to find a way to punish Gala, but Jet just steps up, absorbs a deadly flourish in the setup for Thunder Talk. No way to follow up on Gala. Now Beishuan is the one caught out. No flash. This poor rider is going down. And IG continue to steamroll through the game. The Shy gonna manage himself against Hoya. Was down 50% HP, but now there's a chance to collapse on the Yorick. You already have Mako running towards the bottom lane, and Hoya has no flash, praying that the Maiden will bail him out. But the stun from Mako sets up the Shy. Doesn't land the spear, but the Ignite from Mako is taking him down. No sustain's gonna come in from that shovel. The Shy puts Yorick into the dirt. IG continuing to accelerate the game.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing through the mid lane right here as well. Not quite going to be able to take this tower down. Some low health bars, but there's no real response available here out of Thunder Talk. They were able to pick themselves up that game in game number 2. They were able to put themselves in a good spot for a few minutes in this one, but unfortunately, Bechuan right here on the Sejuani just not having the same impact he had on that carry Lilia. His tank performances today have just been a little bit lackluster, and unfortunately, without having a big play through your jungle in this one, it feels so hard to make it work. We'll have a look back at what was happening mid lane. We were watching the bot lane play as this went on. JJ just jumps on forwards. He's definitely having the better time of the jungle in this one. And of course, they aren't actually able to pick themselves up the tower. Do end up kind of just stood next to the base of Thunder Talk for a while. It's pretty funny to watch, but they don't actually pay the price for it at all.
Yeah, IG have not officially broken the base open yet, but it's a 6,000 gold advantage. They've got 2 dragons to the name now. 4th dragon of the game spawning in a minute and a half. Baron coming up in 2 minutes. And Otacon is still live for the taking. IG just going to play the map cleanly out. Oh, good spear from the Shy. Just going to make Feather a little sad that he has to walk all the way back to the safety of his teammates. And no one on Thunder Talk is going to even try to walk up and contest this objective.
In that big previous team fight that we had, no one on Thunder Talk is going to step up, right? Right, Rafa? That would be dumb.
Hoya TP'd in. No one's going to get in. Bechuan tries to look at it, but it's secured. And I don't think Thunder Talk can even get in and take a couple of roses for themselves. They might as well make a bouquet for their incoming funeral, because the rest of Thunder Talk have been exposed, pulled in by the hopes of maybe stealing an objective away from IG, but 1xSEN forced to flash, cannot escape the Cougar and Demacian Prince of IG. They have the Otacon withdrawals, so they can play as hard as they want to, force as many kills as they can get, and this game is pretty much over.
Rafa, my head is in my hands right now. In my hands. I just... Look, Thunder Talk, they live by the sword, they die by the sword.
Yeah.
And in that one, they wanted to go for the fight. It was a bad idea. It was a really bad idea. And that was shown, right? Especially at the point at which you've already lost the Atakan, because at most you're just getting those false lives back off. They step up here anyway, and I was wondering, hey, do we end up seeing the team fight Yorick? Yes, we did, and it does about as much as one would expect. He's really not able to get involved in this one, and I just love the all-in right here. There's so much mobility and so much follow-up that you've got from this IG composition that they're able to just go flying in. 1xSEN, he's not going to be able to survive that one, and as you highlighted, false life means that it's not even going to be deaths to the tower right here. Hoya at least doesn't go down, but Bechuan does on the backside of this fight, and it's a complete disaster here for Thunder Talk.
And now the jungle quadrant doesn't even really belong to Thunder Talk anymore, unless they bring more friends to the party. I don't know who got the blue buff, but I don't think it really matters. IG have done what they wanted. They lured Thunder Talk back into the forest, and here comes the Cougar once again. The rest of IG sinking their fangs into Thunder Talk members one by one. The Shy gonna look for another spear, doesn't quite find it. It's a triple kill for Gala, and the rest of IG continuing to put more nails into the inevitable coffins of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, with just 1xSEN still available, he is at least going to stop a push onto the base, but the Baron going to fall right here to IG. They didn't need it in their first victory against Thunder Talk in Game 1 of this series. They're going to need this one right here just to be able to crack open the base with 4 grubs available to them as well. The base, the Nexus, is going to be the next target available, and it's just been such a rough game, unfortunately, right here. Thunder Talk not even able to get themselves what would be feats of warfare at this point in the game. No kills going over to them time and time again. They don't own this bit of the jungle. They shouldn't be stepping up into this bit of the jungle. They have no right to do so, but at the same time, Thunder Talk, they don't know how to stop themselves from fighting. This team loves a good scrap. Unfortunately, at this point, it's just a wallet diff. It's just a comp diff, getting chunked down. Some really good engages right here. Lots of the chains landed out of Rookie. Very aggressive plays out of JJ as well. Honestly, everybody so far from IG has played a heck of a game.
Yeah. And credit where credit is due. Thunder Talk is definitely one of the teams that, when they're behind, they don't let themselves just passively bleed out. They try to fight their way back in. And, you know, we've seen in Split 1, when this team is on sync, they believe in the same call together. The problem is, being down this much gold, it doesn't matter how good the call is, unless if IG are playing super, super, super poorly or someone is terribly out of position, none of these fights are winning.
It's going to take a throw right here for Thunder Talk to be able to get back into this game. The inhibitor towers are going to begin to fall. You've got these Baron empowered Cannon minions just beginning to bear down onto the base. Thunder Talk, you're going to have to try for one more fight. We know they like to do that. Don't know that it's going to work out.
Shy playing with his food right now in the faces of multiple members of Thunder Talk, while the rest of IG are barreling through the bottom lane. Now 2 inhibitors completely exposed and destroyed in one swift sequence by IG. And they're going to use the power of this Baron minion to start knocking on the Nexus towers. Curtain Call opened up by 1xN. Tries to find a window here. The Glacial Prison thrown out by Rookie as he engages onto Feather, forcing him to flash. Beichuan now thinking about trying to step up and look for a counterplay, but Rookie sustains off with the Kingslayer. And the rest of IG going to step on back. The flash forward bullet from 1xN does find Rookie. Creates a 5-on-4. And now IG going to have to respect their time has come to an end in the base of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, unfortunately, IG not going to be able to close this one out. Thunder Talk, they fight back. You managed to get a pretty big shutdown right here for 1xN. It's going to help him get further towards a next completed item. Last Whisper now going to be in inventory in an attempt to deal with this unkilled Jarvan. JJ having such a massive game. It's something. It's another kill. It's one more kill. They've got 3 finally. But there's a lot of unkilled members right now on IG. And it still feels like that was just delaying the inevitable.
Yep. Like we said, I think it's admirable that Thunder Talk will still be one of the few teams that can play as a 5-man unit and believe in the same call even when they're super far behind. Unfortunately, the individual star power sometimes just does not match up to the pedigree of some of the rosters that we have in this league. When it works, it's awesome to see, and we celebrate it because it deserves to be celebrated. But the expected outcome was IG going into this series. The fact that Thunder Talk took a game off of them in that second game is still something pretty notable. But for IG, this is a team that we talked about has the potential to tango with the top teams in the league. They're ones that upset top esports, but then crumbled against some of the other teams in the league.
Yeah. It's been a crazy split so far for IG. They're going to be pretty annoyed having dropped that game number 2 here to Thunder Talk. The narrative about them really had changed after the win against Top Esports. Now, there's still going to be some questions about them. They just need to clean this one out nicely, close it out exactly as this game should have been a little while ago. Thunder Talk, here's another last stand. It's going to take so many of them.
The third inhibitor is for the taking. Curtain Call stops, or at least delays IG from doing that for now. Attention is turned on to the Nexus Tower. Glacial Prison clips the Shy's Nidalee, forced to flash away. Does not want to drop a death here. Can always recall and look for a TP back. Hoya under fire, flashing away from Jeja's flag and drag. Deadly Flourish thrown out, not finding anything. There's the Cataclysm right on the 2 members that do not have flash. Satab actually still has it, but pops the Chaos Storm, finally flashing backwards. Mako catching him in the Magnus Storm, but Thunder Talk holding their own, standing their ground. Wait a minute, but the Shy puts away Beichuan, and you have to imagine this should be the end of the game. Hoya chasing Gala to the ends of the earth, but then takes an arrow to the face. 1xN and Satab still holding the remains of their base strong, and wait a minute, somehow the game is still not over.
Do they know that this is a 3-series day? You know, we've got another one to get to after this. IG still not going to be able to close this one out. It's got to the point where 1xN is actually dealing quite a lot of damage. Between him and Setup, they're very close to actually being online as carries. They're still obviously very far behind the curve. And it does mean there are going to be no inhibitors, no towers left available. But the last stand, it does happen how many times can we keep calling it the last stand, right? This is twice that this has happened to IG. Closing this game out is just so tricky.
I mean, to their credit, if the composition was not super far behind in gold, it's a solid front-to-back setup that you get.
Yeah.
And we talked about the limitations of the damage profile that was on the side of IG. The unfortunate part for TT is that they got completely rolled after the one river fight in the mid game. But I mean, yeah, I'm in the same boat with you, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
We want to
come
go
on.
home.
The game was supposed to end right then and there.
Yeah.
Y'all were ready to wrap up the series, go get some dinner with the boys, call it a good day and look forward to your next series. But now it's another couple minutes, maybe 4 or 5, depending on what objectives are up on the table. I will say, if somehow ThunderTalk are able to pull off another base defense, stall for inhibitors spawning, one of the Nexus turrets just came back up. Elder Dragon is 5.5 minutes away.
Surely we're not going to get to that point. Surely the Baron buff is going to be more than enough to close this game out. 4 items now completed. One Extent actually was just able to grab the Eye Edge. He does some insane damage if he's able to just sit and do what he needs to. Right now, these respawned inhibitors are going to take massive threat. Only one Nexus tower available. This is really surely it, right?
The Shy occupying the intention of 2 on the top side, pushing in through the Baron minions.
Wait, is the Shy caught?
The Shy
No.
getting chunked out.
He's fine.
At half HP. Uh-oh. Big engage. God, down goes Hoya. Cataclysm right under 1xN. He flashes away. Feather will fall. H1 is next. 1xN jumped up by Rookie.
He's dead.
Finally, the chain lash connects. And IG will put an end to this series. 2-1. IG are victorious against ThunderTalk.
Oh, IG, they make it harder than it needs to be in the series, sending it to 3 games in the game, making it take a couple of attempts to finally get the Nexus, but it will fall, and it will be IG putting themselves further up in the standings. Yesterday, they got themselves back to 500, back to 2-2, now they're 3-2, a positive record here in Group Ascend, exactly what we needed to see from this team to get themselves back on track.
That second game is still going to be one that IG will have to look back on with a lot of scrutiny and really analyze how much were they giving away over to ThunderTalk for free, and needing to be more disciplined about what kind of objectives you are trading for that kind of power in, all 6 grubs freeingly, taken by ThunderTalk. And I think at least in terms of adaptation from Game 2 to Game 3, one of the things I really loved about Jeje's pathing was when he went for that first grub rotation, he takes the first one, notes that TT are setting up for the dragon, beelines it over to the other side and stops them. And while, yes, TT end up getting the other 2 grubs in response, what IG is doing is pushing and pulling ThunderTalk to their own game. IG need to be the ones in control, especially against teams like ThunderTalk and, the middle of the pack, or any teams on the lower end of the standings in Group Ascend. You can't let those teams dictate you, right? I think my Parsec cam froze. I'm not sure if it's me. Okay. Well, but yeah, my point is made.
Yeah, exactly. And also with that 3 camp to gank that he went for as well, picking up that first kill as well. So nice out of JJ. He would be my MVP for this game. I think he played this an incredibly well-executed Jarvan game. But honestly, every property from IG looked pretty good. This is now an undefeated Nidalee top right here for the Shy. It wasn't the big carry in this game, but it was being a big threat. And actually, towards those later stages of the game, the threat of the spears was doing exactly what we were saying, right? It buys space. It buys extra space for your players to be able to step up and do the damage they need to. It's a roundabout way of getting to a tank. The Scion could do it by just being a beefy frontline wall. The Nidalee, you've got to be threatening with the spears, but it does the same thing. It buys space for your other carries to be able to do their stuff. And also, he was a threat on the side lanes as well. Well played from pretty much everybody on IG here.
Yeah, it's not about the spears doing the damage. It's about the spears connecting, and suddenly you're panicking because, oh god, if the Shy jumps on me, he's going to take like 60% of my HP in one combo. And that that was the big threat there. But as you said, pretty much everyone on IG played a relatively clean game. I still would give it to Jeje because he was the driver for the early game, and the big engage that broke open the whole snowball for IG was through Jeje sneaking in over the Dragon Pit and finding that angle that, whether Rookie's Glacial Prison was intentionally a miss or just, a field goal, everyone for Thunder Talk was distracted by it and didn't see the Jarvan ulti just coming in right with the Cataclysm, and 1xN and Feather got completely annihilated in the setup.
Absolutely, they did, and that was the full turning point right there for IG. It was a good game from them from the very beginning. You can see it's a pretty smooth trajectory upwards towards their victory. Huge damage right here for the Shy and Gala, both of them crushing their lane opponents. Hoya on this Yorick. It was a teamfight Yorick, and I'm disappointed in that. I can understand why he felt like he had to go join the rest of the team. They were getting crushed in the 5v4s, but there are a couple of situations where he actually had waves pushed up against towers, could maybe have been able to get a lot more for his team on the backside of these fights. Instead, comes and joins, really isn't able to do too much. He does damage on it, sure, but you're never really getting the kills, you're never really getting too much use even out of that cage either. It was a bit disappointing to me. I was very excited for this Yorick, and it didn't work out.
I wonder if that's just because Hoya recognized they didn't have the majority of the grubs on their side, so there is no point in trying to go for a split push win condition for the team. But it is something that I want more teams to explore, and I love that you brought it up during the cast, because there's a difference between, having pressure on a side lane as like, a Renekton or or even, champions that just build Trinity Force naturally in their kits, like Jax.
The Jax we've been seeing, yeah.
Yeah, and like Jax, functions as a split pusher, but also will have great teamfight presence. But, when we think of like dedicated split pushers, Yorick is one of them. Tryndamere is one of them. Hell, Fiora is kind of one of them too in certain scenarios where if they pick a tank, you will always, or at least should be, destroying the tank in the 1v1, and you are actively pulling people to your side of the map. That is what we mean by, an effective split pusher, and one that drastically warps the game state because the enemy team has to respond to you at that point. But we didn't see that kind of pressure come out from Hoya.
It's the false assumption, right, of, hey, my team's getting destroyed in these 4v5, so I have to go join them to make it a 5v5. No. You go split push harder to make it not be a 5v4 anymore. Make it so that you've got multiple people having to come and respond to you. At least one person. If you're strong enough, it maybe takes 2-3 people to come and join up and play alongside you. To be fair, we really don't see Yorick that much. It's now pro play viable. It wasn't beforehand, so a lot of these pro players aren't going to have had as much time on it. I'm hoping that we're going to get to see the next levels of this Yorick really be unlocked, because it is interesting. It is a completely different playstyle to what we've been seeing. You've got your fighters, you've got your tanks, but this is something that completely changes up the game if you play it effectively. Still, Hoya, he's been having some struggles anyway for Thunder Talk. He had a pretty good game in game number 2, so I'm not going to be too critical for right now. IG, they are just better individually.
Yeah, and I think that's the reality of Thunder Talk, is these individuals have to really rely on drafting strong team fighting compositions or teams that synergize really well together in 5v5s, because you can tell that Thunder Talk are willing to drop side waves and make really uncommon timers with their teleports just to force a play, just to force something like that. And I think that is totally okay if the top laner you're doing it to is playing someone that, doesn't lose a lot by dropping that kind of income on the side waves, right? And Rumble is, you're going to be at least super impactful with your ult placements, right? Yorick, not really the same story.
Nope.
And as we called out, we had our vote for Jeje. The LPL official broadcast agrees.
95% kill participation was just a huge part of this game for the team. From the very first play of the game, where he gets first blood onto himself and then is able to just snowball that brilliant cataclysm that you pointed out as well, was just a great game from him overall. And JJ, I feel like over the last 2 days has really stepped up to the level we've been
Only friends flee.
I am bound, but I will not break. We may fall today, but still we persist.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Whether by chains or by wings, we are all bound.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Onward through this unchanging land.
Minions have spawned.
Did someone send you here as a joke, Yordle? Did Kale send you? This world is all I have. Mistakes shape us. My shadow outruns my sister's light. Mortality is truly divine. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Vision does not require light. A place that never leaves you. Those who soar amongst the clouds lose sight of the life below.
An ally has been slain.
Do not conflate darkness with evil. Some pray to fate. I forge my own path. Battles bring out so many emotions. I will not forsake the land that shaped me, nor the mistakes. The earth reflects your torment! Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
You have slain an enemy.
Take pride in this forge. A place that never leaves you. place that never leaves you. My wings are bound, but my soul flies. To love is to be bound. Give up my magic. With every step I forge my own. Only those who love can break your heart. Shut down. My broken heart still beats.
Ally has been slain.
You cannot break a shattered soul.
Only death can break my heart. And
Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Righteousness, a splintered shield that I will shatter. Home, a place that never leaves you. I was betrayed.
an ally has been slain.
These immortal cycles begin anew. To walk barefoot, skin to soul, sweet grace.
Has been slain.
Mistakes. Truth is a dark mirror. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. A place that never leaves you.
Enemy killing spree.
Torment!
Enemy double kill.
Condemn ourselves. Once I had grace, now I have pain. My wings remember the wind. No longer.
Satan will fall soon. An enemy is unstoppable. You have slain an enemy.
Back into the fray.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I move with mortals while she languishes with her lofty ideals.
Has been slain.
I have seen liars choose virtue, and I have seen the divine cheat. Perhaps today I will see a Yordle sneeze. Shadow is not as dark as one might think. I know what my friends do. They are right to be afraid. I will take on everything!
Shut down.
Mortal comforts make immortality. My sister cauterized her wound in holy fire. Mine remains. My wings are heavy, but not as heavy as my heart.
has been slain.
Pain must be felt. Circled by your sins. Demacia learned all the wrong lessons. I don't hide my pain. I wield it.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I will show you pain. Justice is a lie of the powerful. I have truths of my own. Not all light is
An
ignited.
enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Betrayal
Shut
never
down.
comes from your enemies.
You try.
I did not fall from
Shut
grace.
down.
I leapt. Home, a place that never leaves you. Demacia forgot the true cost of war. I remember. I walk so I can feel.
Enemy has been slain. Shut down. Enemy has been slain. A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected.
Doors. I would cut off my wings if there was steel strong enough.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
These mortal cycles begin anew.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I chose my shackles. Whether by chains or by wings, we are all bound.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Onward through this unchanging land.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Take pride in this. To see the world in black and white is to blind yourself to all of life's colors. Mistakes shape us. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
Been slain. Ally has been slain.
I find beauty in these shadows. I prefer an honest sinner over a righteous liar. Some pray to fate. I forge my own path. emotions. I will not forsake the land that shaped me, nor the mistakes. My wings are bound, but my soul flies.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
To love is to be bound.
An enemy has been slain.
Suffer as I have! With every step, I forge my own fate.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Home, a place that never leaves you. Mortality is truly divine. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Once I thought the air above was sweet. Now, I find it stifling.
An enemy has been slain.
My broken heart still beats.
Has destroyed a turret. Dominating. Has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
And I
Killing An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Slain. Victory!
deadly spectacle.
And stay there! Look out!
I know the way. Support for the cause! Mess with the bull and you get the horns!
No getting through me!
We must all make sacrifices.
Look out!
Time to start some trouble. Time to start some trouble.
We must all make sacrifices.
They shine brightly.
Support for the cause!
Put a dent in them.
know the way.
You shine brightly.
The quiet before battle.
Well, hello there, handsome.
The city's future is riding on Anima Squad's shoulders. Look out!
Satan proceeds away.
So it's game over for you.
They shall not ignore us so easily. Look out!
So it's game over for you.
They should run.
They shall not ignore us so easily. You shine brightly.
I know what lurks in the shadows.
They shall not ignore us so easily.
It's over 9,000!
We never stop.
You shine brightly.
Crazy thing to do.
I will show you true power!
Ready, Hammer?
Always on the run.
Let's admire me for a bit.
The quiet before battle.
brutality is truly divine.
Always on the run. I have my orders.
So it's game over for you.
They should run now.
Final form! So it's game for you. This is final form!
young. The fun begins.
This is field research.
It's game over for you.
for the cause! Support for the cause! Super effective!
The quiet before battle.
Well, that was satisfying.
Jinx? Stands for Jinx. lost so easily. They shall not be lost so easily. I must not fall.
Well, that was satisfying.
You shine brightly. The quiet before battle.
Shall I take? Well, that was satisfying.
The city's future is riding on Anima Squad's shoulders.
Watch this!
Well, that was satisfying.
But quiet before battle.
I love a challenge.
Ram is on the job.
I'm about to ruin their day.
I got this.
Die or something.
I must not fall.
Jinx? Stands for Jinx. I'm here.
Ah, yeah, come on.
I'm here.
I won't be denied.
Stand and fight.
We bow to no one.
Well, that was satisfying.
I'm here! I'm here!
I'm about to ruin your day.
The fun begins. Die or something.
Time of death, now o'clock.
I hear the innocent cry out.
Support for the cause.
The city's future is riding on Anima Squad's shoulders. future is riding on Anima Squad's shoulders.
We never stop.
Love a challenge.
Ah, yeah, come on.
I love a challenge.
They need wisdom. They don't need me.
The fun begins.
I know what lurks in the shadows.
Time to introduce myself.
We bow to no one.
Initiating combat. I will tear the world asunder.
Hear the innocent cry. The dark should fear none. We never stop.
The power of Animatek!
We bow to no one. I know what lurks in the shadows.
I must not fall.
Scratchy scratch!
Light becomes hope. Darkness to darkness, light to light. I must not fall.
The fun begins. Live fast, die young. Die or something. Scratchy scratch! Stand and fight. That's how Anima Squad gets it done. Die or something.
I'm about to ruin your day.
introduce myself. Go big or go home.
They need wisdom. They don't need me.
Die or something. This is field research.